Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm gonna do something. Maybe this will save me. I just had to make a quick note. Sorry for the delay. Made it here. That I was maybe gonna do one during the day today, anyways. I just needed it yesterday. But either way, we'll get straight into it. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary, and I have forgotten my face. I was forgetting something. I was like, I feel like I'm forgetting one thing. I did forget one thing. Let me turn on my face. Let me go find my head. And welcome everybody. It is Saturday. I've been kind of tinkering around anyways. I either have some time Saturday or Friday, so we'll see. This I don't know if it'll be exactly this every single time, but I might just need a little bit more flexibility in the weekend. Thomas, I always try to get in some time between, yesterday and today to do some drawing. I've been honestly keeping up with drawing, which is frankly good. Good is a good thing. I'm very glad and pretty satisfied and fairly proud that I've been able to do that so far. So, we are going to try something. I actually kind of have two this week. I have more time. I have some time, and I am, kicking around doing, um, just like kind of a bigger piece. Doing a paleo piece where I draw one of my favorite paleo environments, or utilizing one of my favorite paleo environments to kind of satisfy a theme. And we're gonna do because also I want to try to keep up with the VGen contests if I can. So this month we've got Paradise, so I have to draw Paradise. I actually will have to admit, out of all the themes, since it's not really a subject, it's kind of vague. So I have ideas on how this can satisfy that. But today I want to focus on something, and we might start it, but I don't think we'll finish today. But I definitely want a good solid chunk of today to be focused on the study. And the reason why I want to focus on the study is because there's going to be a lot of components to this. Well, more components to this than I normally would. But I definitely want to be good about it. I want to be good about it. So I want to do some study, and then when we're done with study, which I'm going to anticipate it's probably about an hour or two at most, we'll start the actual subject. And I'll still do. I found that I work well with a sketch and then painting it. That's just what I work best with. And the fact that I'm figuring that out is a good thing. Last time I tried to paint that way went horribly, and I found a way that actually works. That's what's important. It's even been applied to some of my most recent work, like that chalk pastel piece that I did. I ended up doing my sketch study, then I actually sketched physically on the piece, and then I did my work over it. So that helps me. Helps me. It's not I don't think it's necessary. Clearly, Mr. Bob Ross does not think, or found a way that he doesn't have to do a sketch every time, and that's fine. That is a part of kind of trying to develop stuff like that. Oh, so here's what we're gonna do. Can I just do that? Yes, I can. Good. We're gonna do a study for each of my subjects. I'm thinking at least two subjects, and then I need to figure out a drawing brush that I want. Which I think I'm getting there. I think I'm getting to a point that I can find those things fairly easily, so I'm not really worried about that. So the first subject I want to study is good old oviraptor. I'm gonna study an oviraptor first. I want to do an oviraptor. I want to do a velociraptor. If there's a third subject, there might be a protoceratops. We'll see. The good news is the plan I have here is that I don't want to really put any more I want I want it to focus on the painting side. I really do. Here, always try. Always try this first. Idea. Again, this just is going to help me get a little bit of an idea of shapes and stuff. Don't think. It's funny as I've had better luck with birds forms this than I did with that. I certainly did not feel like that Monolophosaurus worked doing this. Standing skeleton, part of the issue, right? It's really an Oviraptor? It's a type of Oviraptor. Oviraptor fossil discovered in Leon. This isn't the Oviraptor, though. I need the Oviraptor. Still, I mean, relative. It's still good. It's good practice. About Oviraptors, it's got a weird, weird big crest. Honestly, if you like really like look at Oviraptor, just kind of are a big. They are a cockatrice, kind of. Do I think cockatrice? Well, then, because there might be still an Oviraptor around. No, that would be low. Okay, yeah, this one. What's funny is this one definitely worked a lot better. Yeah, that looks the one that I did. For Yeah, that guy just did not come out good. I don't know what it was. He did not want to cooperate. Other things I want to focus on more. Body, especially because this is a later theropod. This is an aviform theropod. Bird-like dinosaurs. Or definitive bird-like features. Usually. No Oviraptor has kind of like got a big face. He's got a big crest. It's like one of his big things. Hey, Alex. Good morning. Good afternoon. Morning for me still, I think. I am here. I'm alive. I only say that way because I don't know what it was about last night, but I actually did have a little bit of a struggle falling asleep last night. I was cold. I hate my body because I'm a cold person and people hate cold people, so just have to be sad all the time. I'm doing fine. I'm sorry, I'm comfortable at 70. 70 to 75. That's where I want to be at all times. Well, that's slightly reassuring. I feel like a lot of people. I don't know what it is. I feel like I've been party to many people who are just like, "How are you cold?" I'm like, "Because my body wants to be on." In reality, my body wishes to be in an island in the middle of the Pacific, and I'm in the plains of Kansas. Oh, Overraptor, you always look so grumpy. Also got a bitchin' pompadour. It's gave him kind of like a mean mug, and I too. He always looks so grumpy. I don't know what it is about Utah Raptor, but Utah Raptor, Overraptor always looks a little bit grumpy. I don't know why. Just gives that vibe, I guess. You woke up at 4 a.m. shivering. Uh-huh. This is my thing. Here's my thing. I understand what it's like to be warm. Here's the problem. When people have here's one thing that I think is more of a problem is if you have an issue thermoregulating at all, for some reason people act like the other one doesn't exist. Oh no, I understand. I understand. Like I've been in situations where I have been too hot. The problem is these people don't. A lot of people who get hot easily just never complain when they're cold, and I don't know why they can't understand that such a thing as too cold exists. um, so that's my only problem. Like I wouldn't even care so much if people didn't look at me like I was born wrong. It's because I shouldn't. Just because I'm physically supposed to be in a generally warmer climate. I'm not even asking for 80. I'm asking for 70. To me, that's not hot for anyone. Well, it's not it's uncomfortably warm for people who are built for cooler environments, which yeah, some people are built for cooler environments. I can understand that. But you're not going to die. You're not going to have if you have heat stroke at 70, that's kind of a problem. Just as I might be miserable, but I know I'm not going to die at below 70. That said, I think there is a bit of a thing that people forget as well, that your thermostat says 68, but it probably feels colder because that's the way that ambient temperature works, I think. Uh-huh. Ain't that just the way, Alex? You know, I didn't mean to make this guy look so grumpy, but here we are. This is Utah Raptor. He looks fucking pissed. I wasn't meaning to make him so mad, but he's fucking pissed. I guess he's gonna look pissed in the final product, too. Not on purpose. He does. I don't know what it is. Something about Oviraptor always gives like a grumpy vibe. I don't know why. Oviraptor gives like grumpy grandpa vibe. I don't know why. Fuck that brush. It's just not good. Don't like it. Never like it. This. Profile. Like, goes down. Yeah, it, like... They've got this weird, like... grumpy smile to what it is. I don't know how else to describe it than that. It's just kind of like they've got a perpetually grumpy... They got a perpetually grumpy look to them. And now, because this, now we're solidly, now that we're solidly, like, you know, in the Cretaceous, and aviform birds are common, as well as bird-like dinosaurs. Velociraptor is a bird-like dinosaur. We're gonna have much more. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That, like that. Could make him a could give him a bit more of a parody vibe. We'll see if I decide. This look you give when a bug decides to make a uh-huh. But didn't you want to study the inside of that? Weren't you wanting to study the inside of that bug? You weren't wanting that? Not what you wanted? There we go. Kind of like this weird tail going up thing. That And mind you, Oviraptor's not small per se. Oviraptor's pretty big. Oviraptor, I want to say, Oviraptor is definitively bigger than things like Velociraptor. I don't know how much bigger, but they are bigger. Okay, yeah, they're pretty big. This guy from beak to tip is estimated to be around 6 feet long. Okay, they're not okay. They go up to about your shin, so they're not incredibly big. Actually, really, I always got this impression that Oviraptor was like really really big. It's not. It's a bit bigger than a turkey. It goes up to about your hips, so height wise, it's about 3 feet. Still a big bird. Still a really big bird, but it's definitely much more of like a fowl kind of situation than anything else. Look, need to look at his skeleton. Have it? Oh, I don't see if. I don't know. This is one thing. I need to do some more research on dinosaur morphology to find out if it's consistent that they would have an additional toe or not. I don't know. I don't know if it'd have a fourth toe. So, like, sometimes there's a toe, like, in here, almost like a spur. Be on the inside of the toe, so it'd be, like, right here. You wouldn't see it on the other one. But I don't know if they have this one has one, but I don't know. Oh. Uh-huh. It was a big bug too. Oh. Horsefly, oh, because, horseflies. Bee, oh, because, bee. I'd feel bad for the bee. I'd feel angry at the horsefly. Horseflies are terrible. I remember doing battle with a horsefly that I named Jeffrey. It was terrible. Hated how big he was. Oh, that. Hmm. Probably better. I can't spend too much time on this. It is just the sketch. I wanted to kind of. This is all supposed to be a little bit more in profile. That was the attempt anyway. It was profile. That was the attempt anyways. Uh-huh. Rest in peace, those Marines. Yeah, I think at this point, when it comes to Halo, the only Halos I care about are Reach 1 and 2. Now, you might ask, why not 3? I went back and played 3, and here's the thing about 3. It made a lot of memories and was revolutionary for things regarding multiplayer stuff. I went back and played its story. It's not very good. Not very good. At least by my standard, it's not very good. It did not age well. Yeah. It's got good moments. It's not good as literacy, but it is entertaining. I'm not going to discredit that it isn't entertaining, but it is not good. It is not what the first game did as a very solid sci-fi action romp, and it did not do what the second game did as a evolution to a more literary scientific science fiction direction. It did neither of those. It was just stupid. But still fun. It's still fun for how stupid it is. But it is stupid. The first movie is just the best of things like Aliens and stuff, and it's just a very solid action story. Like, it's just a very solid action story. It's got good drama, it's got good characters. I find it fun. Like, it isn't gonna blow your mind, but it's still good. And there are things that it does for gameplay specifically that I think are important to always remember why it is still an incredibly important piece of video game history for me as far as game design is concerned. I think the utilization of elements of it for video game storytelling specifically are what make it good, not the story itself. I think the story is fun. I just really like that story. It's just a good story. Halo 2 decides to be more ambitious with a lot of its science fiction. And I liked that about it. The science fiction in Halo 2 gets interesting, going into like the more of the minutia of what the hell is going on with things like the Covenant, the fact that the Flood have a little bit more depth. I think Gravemind is great. And then Halo 3 happens, and it all goes down the tuber. I honestly don't know what happened to that game. I really can't figure it out. But it's still fun, and the multiplayer was fun. I have my own gripes with the multiplayer of Halo 3, but I won't deny that I didn't spend a lot of time in Forge. And really, what I enjoyed about the multiplayer of Halo 3 was its capacity to introduce game design on a very accessibly amateur level. Halo 3 allows people to make video games. Very simple video games, but they are video games. They are video games that are hyper focused on the engine of Halo, but they are still video games. Or at least just games. Fat Kid is a video game. I might not think Fat Kid is a very good video game, but it's still a video game and I can respect that. Exactly. The only thing good that came out of four, not Forge, out of four was I made a literal sport with mechs in Forge, and that's it. Called it Ducky Ball. It was decent. I remembered enjoying it quite a bit. Essentially, I remembered it being you have. Move on to my next subject. Good old fashioned Velociraptor. One of the now probably most studied. That's Deinonychus. Why are you giving me a Deinonychus skeleton? These are reconstructions, but I need like an actual fossil. This is actually? That's probably not. But yeah, if I remember correctly, the main weapon you had was the grenade launcher, that weird, like, kind of like you shoot it and it, like, would bounce, I think, once. And then it would explode. It was a single shot grenade launcher. You had a couple people with different skills. You had a dash and a block to be able to block, the single shots or to be able to dodge them. And then I just threw in a mech because I like the mechs. And each side got a mech. And there was a ball in the center, and the goal was is you take the ball and you physically had to either throw or I think I couldn't remember if throwing worked, but you did at least have to. I set the jump height just high enough that you couldn't jump very high, but if you ran up to the other person's goal, the only way to actually hit the goal was if you jumped. So you had to physically dunk into the goal to be able to get a goal. And I made like a little arena for it. So like it wasn't just a open field, like there was cover and stuff. So there was like geometry to work around it. Because I like designing video games. And level design is fun. What have you been up to? Yeah, there's good stuff in 4. It's just not. They needed to stop making Halo games. You need to do something else. Why is it so hard to? I mean, there's the famous fossil. There's the one. I was like, why is it so hard to find a Freaking Velociraptor fossil. What do you mean that Velociraptor and Protoceratops fighting is for sale for $9,800? What are you talking about? Who's buying this? I mean, not me. I'd want to. Is it the original piece or is it? It's probably a replica. This is one of my favorite fossils of all time, by the way. This thing fucking rocks. This is a real thing. Okay, fair. I'm not saying I wouldn't. I'm just saying I can't. That's a fair distinction. It belongs in a museum. Something. Uh-huh. Yeah, but instead we've got war crimes. It's just disappointing, right? You got so much money and you could do cool stuff with it, and instead you're just an asshole. Maybe I shouldn't ever get that much money. Clearly getting that much money just makes you an asshole, it seems. Unless you're... Leave Sam Reich? Got this head here. Velociraptor has a fairly... narrow snout. Got a very narrow phase. Goes down this way. You'd buy one of those inflatable tube men in front of your house. That would be pretty good. I don't know. You wouldn't have any money if you did this, though. But I would, like, just support so many people. I would just support so many goddamn people. Like, as many as I fucking could. That's what I would do. And, obviously, I want some stuff for myself, but... I don't know. I would try to support so many goddamn people. That's always the first thought that I have. But who knows? Maybe I would become an asshole and forget what it's like to not have anything. I don't know. Let me look at something. Well, let me look at... trying to think of a bird. How do the feathers of this... closer. In there. In there. Okay, so that is interesting. So, like, there are still cases... Alright. Yeah. Like, even if there's, like, a beak-like thing here. Still have a patch of around this area, even if the feathers go as far forward as. Here's something interesting. Is there any case in which the bird has the nostril? I'm gonna look at a bunch of birds. Let's look at a duck. Okay, no, there are birds with nostrils on the beak. I just couldn't remember. Oh. I think my dinosaur. I've been on a good kick recently, but I think my dinosaurs have really improved a lot, actually. Not to say that I've ever. Not to say that I'm like. I don't know. I think I've really stepped up my game actually a lot in a way that's very, very nice. Like even though I've always enjoyed drawing dinosaurs and I've been drawing dinosaurs for forever, like since I could ever remember imagining holding a pencil. Like I do think very recently I've really stepped up my game as far as I'm concerned with my actual stuff like this. My actual stuff like this. You don't get rich by not stamping on a few throats, and that's probably why I'll never be and I never want to be. I think people are finally starting to like actually though be like, no, it's a little suspicious. Even I'm like, yeah, it's a little suspicious that people who work hard their whole lives kind of just get bullshitted whilst seemingly people just exploit others. Not great. It's not a good look, I don't think. But do I want to add a funny comb? Do I want to add a funny comb? I think there he is. That's him. I love me Velociraptor. I love me Velociraptor. He's good. One of my faves. It's not Velociraptor. Well, the thing you think of Velociraptor if you think of Jurassic Park is actually Deinonychus, and when you think of Deinonychus, the Velociraptor that I or the Manuraptor that I actually really enjoy is one that's even bigger than that. Utah Raptor is fucking cool. Though they did, he's not a contender. I don't think he's as big, but he's still big and cool. Dakota Raptor is supposed to be pretty rad, and he does sound rad. He sounds cool. No, the underside that way. Look at him. Wouldn't you want this guy? I'd want this guy. Give him a bit of a crazy eye. Why not? That there. Something like that. I would hug this chicken. I would hug this chicken. Fast. Hey. Oh, I see. That's very silly. Well, here, we'll test something first before we do this. What happens? Do this. Well, that's upside down, so that's not what I want. Oh, hey! I did good! Usually if you flip it and it looks bad, then I fucked up. But I actually did pretty good on this one. If I flip it like this and it still looks fine, I did real good, actually. Kind of the same. I want to focus on getting the body nailed out real fast. I want to focus more on kind of this cohesive round shape. I don't know. I think it looks. I think it looks better. Kind of like that. Could do something like that. I always like adding like a little bit of quills or something. Velociraptor has a much longer tail. Velociraptor has a tail not much shorter than its body. Like it's got a pretty long tail. Probably is lengthened by a little bit of feather. Why this works. And this is something I want to be a little bit more mindful. Something like this. And he does have the claw. I don't know how big it is, though. Gotta get that Manuraptor in tow claw. But I don't think it's insanely big, is the thing. It's actually surprising. Oh, that's exaggerated. That's not real. That's Microraptor. Yeah. They don't got like a small toe, but they don't got like a big. They still got something here. And again, Velociraptor is going to be much smaller. Velociraptor is much more akin to the size of a turkey or a Labrador Retriever, something like that, dog-sized. Which is still not great. Like I wouldn't want this to be mad at me, but I also think you could probably own one. I would probably own one if I could. I would try to own one if I could, and it would probably go poorly, but I would still try. Now, where is that? Okay, we got a bump there. On. Got that. They actually have really? That feels like surprisingly short hands. Probably don't have that much. Could be more like that ish. Bisected into thirds here. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. Love you, Velociraptor. All on your cue. Like us a good Velociraptor. I would own one of these. Would you not? Good luck. I hope it goes well. I've tried, but I don't think Tarkov is for me. There was one game that I was trying a little bit that I thought like maybe, but even I got burnt out on it pretty quickly. I just don't. I think there is a limit to extractions for me that I'm just like I don't like the kind of mentality overall, which is making me question. Even though like Hunt is probably the closest to those that I'm gonna like really enjoy, because at least Hunt is in a lot of ways the fairest a multiplayer game like that can get. And it does. I do think it is, or at least was for a long time, very fair. Um, but I tried Incursion for a little bit, and that's purely single player, and even I burnt out on that because I was like, ugh. It feels bad when you just spend a lot of time and a lot of resources to get through a lot of a mission, and you don't die per se because you got whittled down. You die because of one dumb miscalculation. And I just don't like that. That's not fun. It's not exciting. It's not interesting. Um, Hunt only bridges that gap a little bit because of the way that the game is paced, but it sometimes still feels like that. And it feels like they made the engagements go faster, and I just don't like that either. So I'm kind of on the fence of whether or not Hunt is still a game that I really enjoy. That's true. Hunt's at least goofy. You are right about that, Alex. And you can have fun with it. And it's also there's a better social contract with it. There's also the understanding that you can only buy yourself so much advantage. You can buy advantage, but it doesn't mean you're going to win. Whereas you can buy a lot of advantage in Tarkov, which I don't like. Tarkov isn't a survival game. Hunt is. Hunt's at least a survival game. Tarkov is not really a survival game when I actually think about it. Certainly not the people who play it don't treat it like a survival game, and I just don't like that. I treat it like a survival game and thus have a bad time. But still, nonetheless, much luck. It's not for me. I tried, but it's not for me. The thing with Incursion too is Incursion is only single player, and it's the way that I manage those games, a loss doesn't feel good. Even though I'm yeah, it's gonna happen. But even a single player setting, it's come on, man. Some of the it's always rough a little bit whenever I play those games, and I'm like, that's what killed me. Why is that? What? Why? Huh? Huh? It just doesn't feel good. I don't like it. I don't like it. And we're gonna do a quick mock-up. Let's look up. Well, first off, I need. And this is what I mean by I want to do more studies. I want to do more studies. Um, Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start with what I would do in the background, but this is to clarify. This is not the final version. Mainly, this is to test out brushes. Oh, good luck with ads, everybody. Gonna do a bit darker. First off, this is like a test, right? Very light. Now I'm learning I need to do more stuff like this, where I'm using multiples. Do something like this. And then, because it's a deserty, just add orange. All I want kind of testing out skies here. I'm testing out skies here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's how I can do a sky. I'm going to practice a dune. Thing about the dune is they're very consistent shaped, so I don't have to worry about this being difficult. And this is just a study. This is just a study. I don't think this is what I'm going to actually do. One of the things I've been learning recently, do better. This brush isn't good enough. Fine. Yeah, I like that better. I want something with... Yeah, we want something like this. I want to put down... This is to put down heavy. Little peak there. And I need to be consistent. I'm using this as an example. Light coming from this way. Start back. I like that. Just let it. No. That plays nicely. Want it to do that, but I'd have to just... Damn it. If I hold too long, that's what it is. Gotta be more confident. Gotta be more confident. Got it. That's what I was wanting it to do. That's what I was wanting it to do. Here. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. Yeah. And I like how that looks. Hey, slime! Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I like the way that looks. Look at this. Back, go lighter. Yeah. Oh, that's cool, actually. I like that a lot. Okay, good. Those are like sand dunes. Those are like sand dunes. Like lighter like that. Add a little bit more texture. Add a little bit more depth. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Goal is to add some sand dunes. I really want to add. I could add some a mountain in the background because a lot of sand dunes. Sand dunes are in fact usually alongside, or a lot of sand dunes are alongside mountain ranges because they are a lot of erosion. They're just a lot of erosion off the side of a mountain. There are sand dunes in Colorado, in fact, and they are naturally forming. It's not like somebody took a bunch of sand out there and dumped it, though it feels like it because it feels like a completely different environment right next to fucking mountain. Well, right next to some forests. But that is how a sand dune works, and it's just all wind erosion. It's primarily wind erosion off of a mountain, I believe. Let me corroborate and find some information on what the hell a sand dune is. Yep. Well, water and wind. Wind and water. There is some water there too. But the but a lot of the like dune shape is, I believe, a lot of this kind of like sand mounding is the result of a lot of wind erosion and formation. Yeah, alien dune shapes. Interesting. At least that's how they can form. I know there are some dunes that have formed in Colorado because of that. So, but yeah, that looks good. I like that as a test. I like this brush. The brush that I'm using right now is New Vine, so I will probably use that for the painting aspect. The only other things I need to test are I need let me see. Let me see. See, I knew this was gonna be a little bit of a longer study because I was going to want to be a little bit more in depth. This is something I want to do more, is to do a little bit more in depth regarding certain elements of um my study. Work. I thought about making it a small puddle, but I think this will probably. Actually, no, this will still work. Ah, shoot. Well, this way. You do it this way. Maybe not. Maybe that won't work. Well, it is not a solid. I fill this in as much as possible. Oh, darker. Give a little bit more variation to that. Maybe merge this down. That blending isn't doing anything. I swear. Something like that. Blend out. And then I'd want to go back. Like that. Maybe something like that. And then you would add like bushes and stuff. I want to add again, this is just a test. Believe it or not, I'm not going to use this. I need to it's to gain the steps and the knowledge I need to be able to make the whole thing. But it looks so good. Yeah, and I'm doing it quickly. Oops, that's a pine tree. I need a palm tree. I need to check something. This would be stupid. Palm trees. Okay, good. Interesting. This is good to know. Palm trees didn't appear until a lot of palm trees didn't appear until the Cretaceous. I think that makes sense. Are you a flowering plant? Yep, you are an angiosperm. I wonder what did. Oh well, yeah, coconuts. Yeah. I wonder what palm tree flowers look like. I just don't know. I just don't know. So work saturate. Less thick. Oh, I'm not using. What am I doing? Where's my glove? There's my glove. Where's knew I was forgetting something. Where's my drawing gauntlet? My drawing gauntlet. That'll help. Oh my god. I wonder why my hand was feeling weird. There, that's much better. Never forget your drawing gauntlet. It's an important part. Something like that. Why? Why you do that? Then, dark green. I'm no Bob Ross, so I have some ideas on how I can affect this, but just gotta start somewhere. Gotta do it. Oh? Hear that breakcore sample the song. What, the song I'm playing right now? That would be funny. We do something like that, and we have to go back, go with a lighter, a fresher green. We go with a fresher green, and then we gotta go. Going with a finer. And we just get in there. And this is something I've kind of gotten better at is the layering element. That's something I've also wanted to get better at. And I definitely feel like I've been getting better at that. Get a little bit more stuff. Once again, we need to pour one out to Mr. Ross. He fixed my art. Really did. Thank you, Mr. Ross. We appreciate always. Always appreciate Mr. Ross. Both. A little bit behind. Then I need to go here. Then kind of go down to a red. Very lightly. I need lighter. I'm starting to better understand how to do layering. It's a big part of it. Layering is huge. Layering has become incredibly important to a lot of the stuff I do. Just yeah, something like that. Something like that. So just yeah, nice. how exactly a lot of this is going to be interacting. Whoa, that is not what I... Oh, that's why. I was like, that's not what I wanted to happen. Oh, that's because... Not what I wanted to... A little bit. Do that. A lot of this back here. Darker. This can get a little bit more spackiness. Behind. Very behind. Yeah, so stuff like that. Look, a tree. Which song is this specifically? This song specifically? This is Anomalocaris. If you want the full album, I actually don't know. It's probably split up on their page, but this is Cambrian Animals, which is the full album by Camide. Any of the if you ever see the currently playing at the top, if you just look that up on YouTube, you will be able to find what I'm listening to. But this right now is Anomalocaris. This is Anomalocaris. They're doing their best. I love this whole play. Like, this whole album is great. It's adorable. The art is great. The music is fun. That's good. It's wholesome. It's what I want out of my Cambrian mud bugs. That's what I want. All of the songs, all except for, like, I think the last song are named after different forms of Cambrian life. That's good. Opabinia goes fucking hard. All right. And believe it or not, we're done with this. Boop. Here's the thing. I think what I do... I have a couple options here. Personally, in my experience, I always want to start with the subjects first. What I want to get better at is understanding that the background should be, even in this case, the thing that I probably start with. Now, you might be asking, you just did all that. Oh, actually, I didn't finish. Because the important thing here is I didn't finish the water. Nope. Dark. Trying to figure out the best way to... Stuff like this. Look at a lake. Look at a lake. How about just a... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Actually, I didn't. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is something important. need to do, select. First off, select the sky. Don't worry, I'll be able to fix what's down here. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense, especially we got the sky. And then let's say for example, let's for example, we're going to start here. I want fuchsias. Then loot that. Let's go. I loot you even more. You gotta go down to 10. Like that. Same here. Just very simple. Don't gotta complicate it. Boy, that's really hard for me to conceptualize, actually. That has to go... Oh, I think it's still... So it largely still has to go this. Oh, but you don't really see that. No, you only see the sky. Never mind. Yeah, it's only what's, like, immediately there. That makes more sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now... Go down. Go down in size. And like that. Water's hard. Water is difficult. And again, this is to give me ideas, and this is to start to, generally speaking, like, okay, let's just get a hand drive in there. Just get a hand drive in there, get an idea, an approximation of everything I'd like to do. What's funny is no, that looks pretty decent. That I like the way that looks, honestly. There's one more thing I would probably add. Add maybe the bottom. Ooh, do I want it green though? Do I want it green though? Probably not. Okay. Yeah. Bit of text under there. Nope. Interesting. I'm gonna have to experiment with that. I'm really gonna have to experiment with that. I find that fascinating. Let me just check. Let me look at the boob roast. Bob? Bob, what's your shit look like? Okay, thinking about it. Know he starts dark. Yeah, and then you just have to add. Hmm. Hmm. I feel like if I do too dark too fast, if I do too bright too fast, it goes too quick. But I want it to be faster. Too light, too quick. We'll find out. We find out. Sometimes you just gotta try stuff. Sometimes you just gotta try stuff. I mean, this is where I need a blending tool to, oh, merge down. Need a stronger blending tool. Because really, take this. Go bigger. Need to go a little bigger. Idea. And I need to blend this. I need to find a way to blend it, but I need something with a little bit more to it, I think. Okay, brush. There we go. Actually, we go. There we go. Maybe? Funny is I do like how that looks. And then we're just gonna go here. Boop. Actually, should have done the other one first. Gonna boop. There. Mainly the water was the one that I was like, okay, I need to work on that more because I don't actually know what I'm missing, but I know I'm missing something. I know I'm missing something. So go down to 10. There, that's better. Now that I know, brushes. This brush is good. This brush is exactly what I need it to be. Use it responsibly. There. That's better. That's at least better. Like I said, this is a test. This is to find the tools that I need, that I actually need to do this properly. Flush out that tree a little bit. Bit. Like that. I want to keep. Goal is not lose a lot of the like really nice definition I have here. I need to be responsible with my blending. You got to be responsible with the blending sometimes. You can't just go hog wild with it. You got to be willing to go slow with it. Down real fast. Let it be. Pull these down into here. Soften around the edges. Okay, I've got my... ooh, boy. I've got my blending tool here, I think. We're good on that. I did that, but looks good. Gotta try stuff. Sometimes you just gotta try stuff. Start. You look up a reference. Hmm. Start. Top here. Right. Okay. Yeah. I got this. I got this. I know what I want to do with it. Go with some orange. Start that in. Down this direction. Think. I need to think slow. I don't want to go too harsh, too quick. The thing that could cause me some issues. So if I harsh it too quick, I'm gonna add some streaks. I do that. I don't know. I like the way that looks. I like the way it looks. Go look a little bit deeper of a blue at the very top. Oh, let's try this. A little bit darker here. Oops. And it really is helpful for the warm up to like be able to do stuff like that. Because again, like I didn't want to start my main. You don't. I finally learned you don't want to try to figure out your medium while you are working on the piece. I have learned that now. You don't start working on the actual piece until you know exactly how everything's gonna work. Well, not exactly everything, but you have an idea. You get perspective on like what the parts you need if you're not super confident or certain even. Thank you. I appreciate it. Bob Ross fixed my art. Thank him. Go back in with some lighter. I definitely want that a little. Now, go back through. Really want to give it. I really want to give it some haziness. Figuring actually. Really like the way that looks. And what's funny is my effect is not so much a painting effect. My effect is more of a pastel. This is where I have to admit, as much as I like was like, man, it's been a long time since I've used chalk pastel. Boy, this kind of was difficult. I've kind of complained a little bit. Actually really like working with chalk pastels. Really do. Look good. You know what? I like that. Yeah, the distance of rain or something. This or way that it works with Mr. Ross. You gotta start with your sky first. Down as far as you can. Dark. Buff it up a little. Fluff it up a little bit, just like Mr. Ross would. Want it to be a little bit denser down here. Yeah, like that. Then Ooh, yeah, I like the way that looks a lot, actually. Kind of gives that feeling that there's like sand being kicked up into the air. I like that a little bit. In fact, if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna take my orange. Just gonna add spots on the spots, spots, spots. And is this even blending? It is blending. I've also kind of revamped my music a little bit because as much as I like certain things that I do that are kind of weird, I'll admit I should some music that people are gonna be like, what is this? That aren't gonna be like, what the fuck is he listening to today? What the fuck are they listening to today? Like weird shit. Build up some of these. I've made a couple clouds, so we build up the clouds a little bit. Very dusty clouds, but they're still clouds. I think I'm gonna add one more layer. We're gonna do like really deep blue. Yeah, right at the top like that, right? Oops. Oops. Well, always remember, Alex. Always remember one past wisdom and one modern wisdom now. The past wisdom is uh truly if you're worried about like whether it'll look good or not, it is the main thing that blocks anyone, including me even, being able to make anything. I feel like only recently I've gotten quote unquote really good at this, and even then I'm like, there are so many people who are better than me. They can do it faster, they can do it with more detail, their rendering is better, they have more time to do it, they can do it in less time, they have better resources, they have better knowledge. All that really keeps anyone from making anything truly is themselves, though. So never think that you can't make something just because you can't do it. I literally have gotten better because I keep drawing a stupid cartoon almost every single day. And all it is a line, and then eventually I got to a point that I was like, I want color inside the lines, and then I got to the point that I was like, I want depth, and now I'm here. Like I've gotten my own personal training, and that's the discipline, but that is fine. Like it's okay. The other one is anything that you and anyone can do is going to be better than AI. Anything, literally anything. It is always better to make something. It will always be better to make something. So mainly, don't let the AI chuds win. That's all I'm saying. Don't let them win. We don't want them to win. We do not want them to win. Now, yes, I do. I like that I have. Start with one. Our first dune. Our first dune. Start with our first dune. Got our second dune, which is closer. Yeah, just always remember that. There are people out there who need AI to make things. They need it. They aren't shy about admitting that. Don't let them. Yeah. I've always wanted to go to um I've like always wanted to go to like the zoo. That's where I've wanted to go. I've wanted to go to like the zoo and be able to do like just some sketching. I also need to. I have a museum that I'm fairly fond of in town that I love going to. By the way, the museum here is great. Fire. Take up. I don't want to take up too much space. Sorry, thinking out loud. But um, there's a museum in town that I've always, that when I was in school, when I was actively in school, when I was actively in school in this town, one of the things we did when I was taking an art course is we went to the museum and we did studies there. Good idea. I want the sun behind us. I like the sun behind because I'm lazy. I like the sun behind because I like it behind. Don't take that out of context, please. Oh, that's the movie. What the Dune Dunes? Why is Dunes give me dudes, but if I type Dune, I get the piece of science fiction? Very silly. Actually, I don't want it that dense. I want to go down to like, there we go. That's better. Necessarily that dark, that light, that quick. Like a rim, right? Like that. like that. This side again. Oop, darker then. Oh, too dark. I want to try this. Goal. Not that much. How'd it go? Any turds did you run into? Leon Kennedy was there. Now I'm jealous. What the heck? You guys see Leon? You didn't bring me. Oops. Need to find her. I'm extra jealous. As opposed to Twunk. I just love that he's kind of a goofball. Frankly, that's my favorite part about Leon. He's just weird in a fun way that I really like. I don't think I. Sometimes it'll want to pull, and sometimes it doesn't. Weird when it decides to. I feel like. Pull this way. Not really. Pull hard that way. Hmm. The music stopped. The music stopped. Where'd you go? Actually, this makes sense that you want to be generally. Should have started on that one first, though. I have to be careful. I have to be more careful. Really, it's all about the direction, right? Really want to pay attention to what direction you're doing things in. Not when you run into situations like mine where I gotta be very careful. Ooh, too dark. Anyways, I definitely want Darker, but not that much. And work backwards and forwards. But it still looks good. I like that. It works. It works. Yeah, look at that shit. So I need a little bit more view. Actually, we'll go even lighter. There we go. Kind of like that. Yeah. Ooh, that came out really good. Ooh, I like that. A little bit there, and a little bit darker. Or a little bit lighter. A little bit brighter. Add a little bit in the background there. This, I want more of a peak, so I need to figure this out. Something got messed up here. Ew. Go. Just gotta fix it. When in doubt, just gotta fix it. Here's what we gotta do now. Dark. Gotta do the same thing I was doing before. I just darken it. And if I need to, I can go back through kind of a counter shade. Yeah, that makes much more sense. This up here a bit more. Kind of just diffuse that, but that's not going to work. So I need to do this instead. There we go. Some more like that. More like that. Yeah, I like that. I really like how that looks, actually. That came out really, really nice. When was he not a twink? When he became 40, 50? How old is he now? And thank you. I made the right choice, I think, starting with the background. I was like, I wasn't sure which I wanted to start with, but I think I made the right choice starting with the background here. I want you that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like that. Ah, beans. Ah, beans. Need for that to happen. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go like this. Really light yellow. I'm gonna crispen up this edge. Try to, anyways. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Maybe not that way. Worth a try. Worth a try, but it didn't really work. So we're not gonna continue that because it didn't really work. Try this. Interesting. I like how it softens it. I do like how it softens it a little bit. I do think now what we do. Let's try the dark. I was trying the light. I think the light wasn't working, but I think the dark will work better. Just crispen up. This is back. That's better. A little bit of darkness here, just to give it a more depth, lighter. Something like this. You have to be somewhat mindful of where I put So I can't just go all willy. A little bit more than that. One of the things I've been trying to train myself a little bit better on is like just actually being a little bit more precise with some stuff like this. I get a little bit too overzealous, I think, and I just go all over the place, and that's not necessarily what I wanted to do. Blending tool. No, it is. Yeah, it is. Trust it. Gotta trust the process. Gotta trust the process. Trust the process. Trust the process. Those are some good dudes. I like them dudes. Those dudes look good. Now this is where things are gonna get a little bit interesting. Let me look. Thinking back and forward. I think to start gonna go down a little bit. I gotta go down a little bit more. I gotta slow down because I'm like, okay, if I'm having a moment where I need to really look at this, then I need to take a moment to really look at this. The need a desaturated version of this blue. I think. And if that's the case, then that needs to come down more. Either that or I put it down like way down here. Maybe? Maybe we put that more down there? Put that more down there, so which means I need to have more stuff coming down this way. What we're gonna do, we now need to start. It does need to be thick. Much thicker. Needs to be solid. This will go See the rest of the way down? At least down to there. Then you that, have this tree. Maybe? Just trying to think. Just trying to consider. Actually, if this is wider, maybe closer. Closer. Yeah, I like that. And I want a decent amount of open space. And if this is primarily Dooney, I do want to beat primarily Dooney. Good luck. Thank you for stopping by, Alex. Glad you thought it was cool. Doing my best. That helps. That helps. I like that. Wait. Do that. And then we gotta go down here. A little bit of it. A little bit. Yeah, just jive it a little. I'm just gonna jive it a little bit. Get in there and jive it a little. It's already 2 o'clock. It's already 2 o'clock, and actually that's not bad. That's pretty good, I would say. I'm pretty happy with this is going so far. Yeah. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Good luck with your good luck with with bike. That orange. Add some. Do I though? Do I though? Obviously, so I need a larger brush. No. I like them like that. I like them faded out like that. It looks good. Gotta keep adding riffles. All right. Yeah, no, I like that. Move that. Move that. Yeah, that fixes that. Give me some of that. That pool. Goal is not to have so much. Have enough. A little bit. Enough to give it a little bit of that effect. Oh, hey, this kind of don't know. Needs to be a little bit smaller, but that's what it was. I was too zoomed out. I didn't do it. Just zoom in now a little bit. And then we put one dinosaur right here. Let me look at something. I'm conceptualizing. Gonna be one tree here. I know where the tree's going. I know where the tree's going now. Go here. Face the tree carefully. Face the tree carefully. Like that. And then it looks like typically got just very shrubby. We got some very shrubby spots. Big. I think I'm ready for plants. I don't actually know. I want to put them right up against. Gotta do the thing. Gotta do the thing. Now we take this. Pull you more. Wait, can I put more drag? Smudge spacing. I do. Oh no. What if I pull stylus transfer? Help it. What I want it to do is to pull more. It's not pulling enough. Might be strength. Try that, but first I need to put it back down though. That. Here, undo. Smoothing. Try strength. What if I up the strength? If I up the strength all the way. Okay. That is what it was. Why? Why is 100 that, but then it goes... There we go. Smoothing. Smoothing doesn't help. Why is it sometimes it just fucking go, and sometimes it's like, nah. Get it. There we go. We might add a little bit more medium to add to get this water look back, but that's what I was looking for. This. Add much more of a water look to that. Fudge. Weird. Like, doesn't want to do it more than that. Why? Kind of what I seem to do. It doesn't want to do more than that. Drag this all down. Now what I need to do, gotta go down, we gotta go down real far. Just a little. Lighten it. And then we blend it in. Okay, yeah, that's looking good. That's looking like water. That's looking like water. Add just like a bit of darker spot. And I want it to mirror kind of that deeper blue. Here. Back down. I don't know why it's struggling to pull them now again. Whoa. Wow, did that way. I don't know why that works so well, but we just take it, right? Man knew what he was doing. The man knew what he was doing and he was good at it. Trust the man. We trust the Mr. Ross. Ross was very good at his job. Did it really well. You trust him. You don't question, you trust. Go kind of more like that. I'm gonna very lightly start adding the background. Like a couple more here. This is a nice thing. I don't have to add very many plants. Guess what? There aren't that many plants in the desert. Silos. Right. There's also not much water in the desert either. Fair point. Point take it. Point taken. Uh huh. Honestly, I'm making really good progress. Holy shit. Okay, no, I'm. Let's think. It's 2 o'clock. Technically, I haven't started the subjects, but the subjects aren't going to take that long, is the thing. They're really not. I could put one here. Put one guy here. We've got to go back to recent. Fine grain. To favorite that, just in case. I'm gonna sketch in one subject here-ish, one subject here-ish. We'll do bird body here. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm doing it specifically this way. This is actually a big oviraptor, which means actually this needs to be bigger. Fun fact, everybody, studies are good. Studies show they're good. Actually, this tree is out of... We're thinking of scale here. We're thinking the size of these creatures. We're thinking the scale of everything. Everything here is not much bigger than, like, a dog. Actually, this palm tree is probably going to be out of screen. Closest thing to us, biggest thing on the screen. Or second biggest, it's the biggest subject. Is going to be this palm tree. Like that. Thinking about... Yeah, Mr. Velociraptor Dreamer. He's sitting. This guy, this Oviraptor, he just sitting. He just chilling out. Honestly, he not doing nothing. Other than judging. Judging. To do this right, he'll be judging, but now it's... You might be asking, why is he judging? Because he's Oviraptor? Because every time I draw Oviraptor, he looks like he's judging? Oviraptors judge. I don't know why, but they do. Like that. Maybe I can. No. Eh. Very, very faintly get it, but... There. So more like this. Up. Kind of like that. Gotta think about my Velociraptor differently. Gotta figure out where his butt is. I gotta say, definitely want. Definitely want something like this. Fit it there. Something like that. I need a picture of something drinking water. What does it look like when a what does it look like when an emu drinks water? Emu drinking water. Interesting. So yeah, I had that right actually. Like this. Interesting is they kind of keep their feet actually flat on the ground like this. Raptor in your why is I feel like this might be where I have to take a break and pick it up next time. It's weirdly I'm like I drew such look at these. Here, hold on. Look at these. I drew so good earlier. Now I'm like, how do I do these? That was like 2 hours ago. Open, 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 open. There you go. There we go. Something like this, right? Check up. Velociraptor actually got kind of an almost triangle-shaped head. That's better. Much better. That'll help. That gave me their positions. What I needed. Look at them judging. They give me a very parrot-y vibe. Something about Oviraptor just makes me think of a grumpy parrot. This, I think, grumpy big grumpy. Honestly, they're not small. Again, they're not big, but they're not small. They're smaller than I thought they were. I was really expecting. What's funny is Oviraptor is probably about the size of what Dilophosaurus actually is in Jurassic Park. That's about the size of what Oviraptor is. And the Velociraptor is a little bit smaller than that. Actually, I either need to shrink all. No, I either need to shrink the Velociraptor or I need to grow the Oviraptor, or a little bit of both. Right now, I'm I'm deciding. I'm still deciding. Let me collate on that. And yeah, I'll go to that time. I'll go to 3. I got things I got to do later, so I'm actually not free today regardless. Otherwise, I would have probably done like Helldivers or something else. But this is also kind of a test. I've been trying to kind of experiment with some of my times to be able to get a little bit of time back because I have important things. I just have important things, and that I'm trying to make a little bit more time and space for that are important just for the fact that I need time for them. It involves important people that I care about a lot. She is not here right now, but she is. Yes, I said it. You're making me courageous. She wishes to remain generally anonymous, but that's one of those open secrets, right? Where it's like, oh, I think it'll become obvious with time. But it's been a while, so. And they would like to remain anonymous otherwise. I would want to respect that. Honestly, I'm fine. Very supporting person. Watch me draw this freaking Velociraptor in a way that I've never drawn a Velociraptor before. I've never drawn a Velociraptor like this at all. So this is actually very awkward. See your face. See your other face. Spider. Do something like that. I think I still made Velociraptor's head a little bit too boxy. Thing is, they don't really have a boxy head. They have a much more narrowed snout. I think that's the best I'm gonna get out of that. Like that. Like that. but he does need to shrink. He's a little bit too big. He is a little bit too big. He's got to shrink a little bit. I want them. I want the subjects big enough that you can see them, but I don't want them so big that they take up more space than they actually do. I want this to be shit. I don't want it to be shit, but made a mistake. That's better. That's more like her. That's actually about right. That's about right. Again, Oviraptor is bigger than Velociraptor, but not really by much. I think there was a piece of media that kind of skewed my perspective of it, that Oviraptor was, like, substantially larger than Velociraptor. He's not. He ain't. He's a little bigger. He's certainly not smaller. He's not like a tank. There was a piece of dinosaur media that I remember really, really liking that I wonder how it aged now, because I'm worried, like, it's probably, but at least at the time I remember really liking it, but one of the things was they were like, they did a good job with the Velociraptor. The Velociraptor was anatomically correct and sized, but the Oviraptor was, like, huge. It was, like, enormous, and I'm now starting to consider that might not have been accurate. I like that, though. I like how this is shaping up. This will make it a little bit easier, too, because now I just have to fill this space with Oviraptor. Nice, maybe make it a bit bigger. So we have the Oviraptor, got Velociraptor, got Dunes, we've got Palm Tree, which honestly, this is the first time I've done tree right. This is like the best tree I've ever done. This is the best tree I've ever done. And it doesn't even have the top of the tree. I don't think I'll finish this today, but if I do some off stream, I'll either finish it off stream or we'll finish it very quick next week, I think. Like, I don't think this is even. I don't even think this is 2 hours more worth of work. But I don't think I have enough time. I have an hour left. So we'll see where we're getting in an hour, but what I'll probably do then is I'll try to get these subjects down as quickly as possible. So that way next time I'm ready for them, but ooh, now the hard part. How to color my birds. Secretary bird. Show me a secretary bird. I know who the secretary bird's gonna be. Let's go with secretary bird, and what's another? Well, beards. Can I get like a list? What are some Mongolian birds? List of birds in Mongolia. We got geese. Well, I do think I have to go with a goose here. That would make sense. Ooh. I like that one, actually. And then, let's see. Duck. Pintail. No, that's a duck. Why are there... It's because I'm looking at the duck, geese, and waterfowl of the Mongolian desert. That's why I'm getting geese and waterfowl. Fair, had me there. Whoa, red-breasted goose. Ooh. That's a good one, too. Okay, we'll go with that. I like the coloration on it. go with you. You need the open thing. Here you go. And then the pheasants, grouses, and allies. Is that a bird? Is that a bird? Have I not known that? The hell's a cat? Oh, we have the Western Capper Alley. Oh, well, so is it pronounced ally or is it alley? Or is it Capper Ally? I don't know. Oh, apparently they're flamingos. Not gonna make a flamingo. We've got grebes, pigeons and doves, sand grouse. Ooh, the sand grouse is good. I might do the sand grouse. Cuckoos. We've got the great bustard. We've got McQueed's bustard. That's actually kind of a cool bird. I like that. I've never heard of that. That's an interesting bird. Never heard of it before. All right. So if this is the case, got real dark guy. We got real dark guy here. Like this, right? Lay it down real thick, real. Oh, just slightly red here. Be a little less saturated. Need to go half. Need smaller. That's better. Something like that. Dark beak here. Right. Can't hold still with this. It's really annoying. Do something like that, right? To a nice bright crest. Like that. He actually has kind of this dark patch behind his head. Interesting. We've got, believe it or not, it's white. Go thinner. Go 20. Once again, why do you have to do this to me? Just because I hesitate? Just because I hesitate? You gotta do that to me? This is a really interesting bird. I like it. It's cool looking too. Like this. Got white wing. Got a white spot on their face. Get an idea? How's this looking? I like that. I like that. That looks good. That looks real good. And then my part. What's funny is if the I'm going to be disappointed with myself if I make the freaking Oviraptor look cooler than the Velociraptor. That's the one that I like more. Interesting. Kind of like a dark gray. Not what I expected. Go fast first. Start with this. Get those in. They're a little bit behind anyway. Okay, they're right. Work as far back as you can. That's what I'm learning. Work from the back forward. There we go. Just head this off. No. Start with what you got. I'm on the wrong layer. Frick a dick. Might as well put them on different layers, just in case. There we go. Gonna get them toes in there. Get them toes in there. Won't worry about that yet. And then, yeah, this will be uh, ooh, I like that a lot. Ooh, I like that a lot. And together. Oops. Uh, go lighter. Like a light. I see a light gray. A lot of everything else, actually. Go a little bit thicker. That's behind. Well, I'll just erase. fine. That. Gotta remember, you can just erase it. Is a viable strategy. How this looks now. That's cool. I like this. I like it a lot. Hmm. Question. So easy to, though, is the problem. The best way to just, hey, do you need an eyeball? Eyeball there. Overraptor. All right, we're gonna start with you. Working on this guy a little bit. What we're gonna do this color, and I need to a little bit darker, a little bit richer. Oh, start by doing this. Start with the beak here. This side, we actually have a much lighter. Like that. I think. Maybe more like that. This red. Like an orange. This. Go a little bit lighter. Yeah, now I'm starting to get it. The dunes are actually helping me with this because if I think about it, it's not that different, right? Like the light is coming from that way, so I gotta follow that. Like the darker side is actually on the right side right now. Get my lighting. I'm figuring it out. A little bit at a time. Good. A bit lighter. Yeah, I'm starting to understand that a little bit better. A little bit darker. A little bit of depth here. I know. That goes more like that. There we go. Then darken it up a little. Better do something like that. Go really dark. Ooh, yeah. I really like how this is looking now. Uh, Darken that up a little bit. Here, lighten that up a little bit. Boy, I wish pastels worked like this. They probably would if I knew how to use them correctly. Yeah, I'm gonna do that and really like light, just light, and then I need to go that way. Dark. You're on the wrong layer, aren't you? At least I figured it out. Hey, yeah, they have a darker. Just this. I do want it to be more like that. I want to really emphasize the eye here, but I want the eyes darker. Much a little better. That's a little better. Eyes, bird eyes. Bird eyes are weird. Bird eyes are kind of freaky. If you look at them. You don't look at them too long, you start being like, what the heck are those freak things doing? Ooh, I like that though. I like the way that's blending. Quite nice. Wanna try something? Maybe not that much, but we're gonna just... I like it for certain parts, but I don't think I like it for that. A little bit lighter. You know. Check a little bit out. Then I have enough. Yeah. Just want to make it a little bit more that direction. Like that. And see, I'm starting to understand a little bit better how surfaces like that actually really matter, you know? Because they do. They really do matter. This is very saturated. I'm going to desaturate it a little bit. I want it to keep this like kind of robust color, but I want this to be a little bit lighter. This. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, so that way it differentiates it. Just slightly. I really like how this is coming out now. This is good. It's good. It's very good. It's only 2:30. You know what? 30 minutes to try to get you in. Because I'm just basing them. It's like, this is not done. Not done. So I have it. Well, no, I already settled. As much as I like the secretary bird, I want to be a little bit appropriate, actually. And I like the idea here that I go and I'm like, okay, no, I'm basing this off of Mongolian birds. Makes sense. Birds from Mongolia are going to be Mongolian birds. That's what I mean. I said what I meant. Okay. Nope. Sure. Oh, that's why. Wrong layer. That would explain it. Undo lighter. We're gonna do funny self. This is the one thing I do not like about Fresco is if you like stop for 2 seconds, it does that. I'm like, stop it. I'm going, buddy. Not done. Looking away for 2 seconds so that way I can make sure I'm doing it right. You prick. Eventually, why get up here? Just like darker a bit. Raw. Down to a 20. Get in there. That going. Darker. There we go. Really start getting that etched in there. I think we'll also go pretty dark brown. I do find it interesting how this is shaping up, so I'll give him a more color. A little bit more color in the eyes, just a little bit. This. Like that. Bit lighter color, all this. Actually, a little bit darker. Much better. Much better. I like that. This is gonna kind of be a pain. I've made maybe an error, but we'll find out. We'll find out if this was a mistake. Gotta go for it. Hope it isn't, because it's actually kind of a dope design. Gosh. That's much better. A little bit there just to get it going. A little bit there just to get it going a little bit. A lot of this brown. And it'll just depend on how in depth I want to get with some parts of this, because I could see it doing a lot here. I think. Or gotta, you gotta start doing it. You gotta start doing the thing. Starting to realize, like, being able to layer is very, very helpful, and knowing how to just, like, accept where a layer is gonna be and just be like, you know what, that's fine. But helps with blending, helps with placing, helps with stuff like that. Okay, yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Yeah, this is looking good. Yeah. This out. And I guess I do that. Oops. Oops. Flush that out a little bit. Yeah, I like this. This is very, very good. And I mean, like, let me look at that emu. I'm gonna do a test here. Where's that emu? Where'd my emu drinking water go? I close that? Good enough. I did, or I changed it. Like a perfect picture. Had a really good picture of it. But that makes sense. So yeah, it is like you go fine. Now the strength is too strong. There's too much strength. Yeah. That just gives the idea. I'm not doing more than that. Just give you just a thought. Just a thought of what's happening there. Hey, this is coming out pretty good. I like this. I like this. This has been very, very fun. This has been very, very good. I've learned a shit ton. Um, Frankly, like, this is certainly one of the most ambitious. The last one was one of the most ambitious. I'm being ambitious. I've been ambitious for a while. I hope it doesn't. I hope it lasts a while too. But I do think, like, this is 4 hours. This is 4 hours. This is not bad for 4 hours. Like, I got the study in. I got everything pretty much where I wanted it to be. Like, this is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this. Still gotta work. I feel like I gotta work on my skies a little bit more, but that's fine. Like, I think this is a good sky. I think the sky does look good. Um, I just need to work on it more. Nope. Yeah, like that. Again, now the strength is not strength enough. Just add like need to add some of this really, really, really deep blue here. Just a touch bigger. Yeah. Won't blend. Why won't you blend? Oh. I have to figure out how to do that. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. That's gonna be fun. Definitely. Like just put you behind your plants. Plants there. Here. Ooh, I like that. The goal that I'm doing here, that I'm just trying to add a little bit of texture to flowering plants. These are flowering plants. Just oop, collect it in the water a little bit. Oh my god. But hey, that looks really good. That looks really, really good. I'm very happy with this. God damn. Ugh. Definitely wasn't expecting to finish it today, but also necessarily wasn't expecting to get this far. You made good progress, I would say. Bit of depth there. Add a bit of backlight there, maybe. You. Yeah. Actually, let's go like this. There we go. That's more like it. Add a little bit of dark there too. Ah, beans. Ah, big beans. You know what? Trying to make a decision here. It's kind of a tough decision, but yeah. We'll just paint over it. You just gotta paint over it. I know how to fix it. I know how to fix it if I need to. The white here is actually really good. Oh, the music's a little loud. A little better. Where's my audio at? No? I'm trying to consider where that even is. Like that? No, I want that here. There we go. Much better. Much better. Like that. And then we go in and be on the wrong layer. Need a big layer. Or need a bigger brush. Need a bigger brush. Like that. Very dark around there. Yeah. Something more like that. Now here's the interesting part. I'm just have to layer it, I think. This. You'll see why. Because the actual beard has stripes. An idea on how you add those stripes. Pretty easily. Find out if this works. And if I do that, you gotta go lighter, thinner. Follow it. We gotta follow it somehow. I don't know how, but we gotta follow it. Still figuring out that part. Still figuring that part out. I know I need the darker now. Hmm. Just work with it. Just work with it. I got a plan here. There we go. Back through. Counter it. I'm just kind of trying to get a little bit of color in there to try to give some contrast. Funny. Do that. It's like that. Oh, that's right. I changed that. Fuck. What was the? Yeah. It was like something seems wrong. Oh, that's what. Figured it out. Should have picked an easier bird to reference, but here we are. Sometimes you pick a difficult bird and you go, I shouldn't have done that, but at least I'm doing it. At least I'm doing it. That's what really matters. Actually. You just gotta do what works. Like, that might not be right, but this might be the darker side, actually. The way the light is shining right now, it's gonna be awkward no matter what I do. Like that. There we go. I like. Likey. Right. Too bright, too fast. Something like that. Oh god, I think I'm gonna have to go in. I'm gonna have to go in and do all that. Well, there's a couple of we still have options here. Might have to reduce the strength, but this isn't a terrible option. No, I think that did exactly what I wanted it to. Yeah, it's gonna hard to. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I wanted it to do. Do still need to go in though with like light. Yeah, see, and then you can go back and lighten up areas so that way it actually matches properly. Go back in, like gray, I think. Add, not that thickly. Maybe not that light. Like that. We'll let the ads run, and then as soon as ads are done, probably call. Okay, yeah, no, that wasn't that bad. Sometimes it takes a little bit of patience and a blending tool. In that case, then I'm just gonna go ahead. What we need to do. Oh, I was like, is it making marks? I don't know if it is. Bigger. 40. Start side. A little bit lighter. Just gotta be patient and go with the flow. Follow it. And I just gotta trust the blending tool. Gotta trust the blending tool. Trust the process. Working. Just trust the process. No question, just trust. So I probably do need to tone down the I do need to tone down the strength, I think, a little bit. Otherwise, it does seem to be well. I swear. Ads are done. 3 o'clock. What? Done. Done. Oops. Let me. Let me. Cretaceous Mongolia. Cretaceous Mongolian. What's today? Today's the 22nd. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fix my computer setup. Then I'm going to save everything, and then we're going to start closing. And that'll give me the perfect amount of time to get out of here. I have to get out of here. Go deliver something. Excited. This monitor every time. Also, I'm nervous every time I move it, actually. I want to do it all. I don't actually want to move it. It's like, ooh, what if it breaks? It is a concern. Like, I don't want to move it. But all right, I learned my lesson. Don't be lazy. You could sign your work. Take 2 steps. 1. There. I don't know why I'm ever. Why sometimes I'm like, I don't. Why I want to do it? I don't know why. Because I'm lazy. Actually, I can move that. Yeah. We'll see why. I just like doing this. I like doing this. Oh, yeah. Let me look at something. Let me look at something. I need to go to here. Can I get a date? Can I get a number? Can we get an estimate? Yeah. It just says late Cretaceous. Can I give me an about 65? A lot about Oviraptor here, actually. Holy crud. Holy crud. 71 to 75 million years. I swear to hell, if I've been lied to and Velociraptor wasn't about that time too. Oh no, we're about this. Yep, 75 to 71. Probably because they came from about the same location. But that means. Why? Now? Give me Times New Roman. Hell yeah. I don't know why. I just like I've really enjoyed adding those like little because again the intent is to try to this is I'm science illustration. I'm science illustration. It needs to be tells you when it is, what it's depicting. I like stuff like that. Also, I was told to do it. Well, I wasn't told, but you know, it was a part of my study. When I studied science illustration, one of the things that they mentioned is like when you're doing something, you want it to be still informative. So you need to know how to put the informative parts in. So like you're not I'm not just drawing dinosaurs. I like drawing dinosaurs. And all the, other than I like drawing dinosaurs, but there is a certain element that I really latched onto with science illustration of like a lot of it is still about communication. It's science communication through visual media. Now, some science illustrators aren't always right, and I know that, but I definitely want to try my best to be the kind of illustrator who doesn't do that. I don't that if I don't know, I won't know. I would rather it be about the study, and then if I'm like wrong on something, if paleontologist is like, you did that wrong, I'd be like, oh shit, okay, fine, I'll fix it. Because my job primarily is to make it look right and make it look creatively right, but not to the extent that I'm saying that. Yeah. So I'm like basing my best on like complete fossil remains and study and stuff like that, and continually over time trying to build that shape that I'm looking for in all of this stuff to be like, man, that's a that's the guy, that's the guy. So I have to go. I will have to be heading out here pretty quickly. So let's go ahead and wrap this up. I got to do one more thing before we go. Before the end of your stream, I've got to draw one more picture, and you guys are going to help. If you want to participate in chat, all you got to do is type in chat. Whatever chat says, I'll use as a reference. And then I have to just use... I have to open up a timer and paint, and then I have 60 seconds to draw. And because today is a drawing stream, I have to do it with keyboard and mouse. That'll be fun. So, being crushed by a dune. Boy, I opened a lot. Boy, I opened a lot. I didn't know I opened that many tabs, but I sure did. I mean, I was working on a lot of references. And guys, just... You're out there... Draw from reference. Draw from reference. Draw from memory, draw from reference. Do both. You spend some time drawing from memory. You spend some time drawing from reference. Sometimes try tracing. Just try everything. Just don't stick to one. That's what I've learned. Don't stick to one. I tried tracing, didn't work that one time. I was like, okay, that's not going to work. Got to do something different. But it still can help. Still help in certain ways. Now know how to draw the perfect dune. And we'll see if I don't end up streaming this. I will get it done. I'll probably record the rest of it on my own, so that way I can finish the speed draw for it. But I'm pretty happy with how this came out. I'm pretty stoked. I'm excited to see what the final result will be. I think it'll look good. I think it'll look good. All right. Well, I've got that picture ready. Stick around to the very end. I also do a bit of closing bit. We do raid at the end of every stream, so that way the vampires in our chat can keep watching. So everybody else out there, make sure to go lock your doors and windows. It's almost lunchtime for vampires. Thank you for joining, everybody. I hope you had a good time, and I hope you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to all the socials and the Discord below. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to. And just generally, you can come hang out with the rest of the community on the Discord here. It's a good time in there. We love the Discord. Good time. Go say hi to everybody in you can go say hi to everybody in the community. Come say hi to us, me and my friends. You can go say hi to everybody's dogs and cats, because people want to post... I want people to post pictures of their dogs, unless they have a cat. So, if if you have a pet, if you could do anything in my channel, post a picture of your dog or your cat. Please. Please. Speaking of which, shout out to our community on the Discord and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience. We appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people could find more of the good stuff we do here. And if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. I appreciate that people have been talking about the stream, and I encourage you guys to do it more. It does help us out, and it's just super rad that you guys have been willing to do that. I really appreciate it, and I'm really glad that you guys are talking about stuff that we're doing. So I'm just glad we're doing stuff that you guys want to talk about. So if you enjoyed watching me draw really old dead birds and sand, you know somebody who would like that, tell somebody about it. Share it with somebody. I won't. And as always, a huge thank you to all of our supporters on Patreon, Ko-fi, and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream, as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you, so we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as some other benefits you can get, you can always subscribe directly on Twitch. Check out the Patreon, Ko-fi, and VGen here. Those places will show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. Definitely go check out the VGen, especially if you enjoyed my drawing. VGen is a seller platform for artists to be able to hook up with commissions as well as sell their artwork. So if you enjoyed my artwork and you want me to draw something for you, you can commission me there. It's the most reliable way. You could probably also do it through Discord and stuff, but I'm trying to grow that first. So even if you were to reach me out into Discord, I'd probably link you to the VGen. So definitely go check out the VGen. We appreciate it. Thank you to your mods who do a wonderful job holding back the robot army and preventing becoming famous. And thank you for coming and hanging out, everybody. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed the show. I'm glad I could draw some more dinosaurs for you. I've been enjoying drawing dinosaurs again. I'm getting back into it. I think next time we'll be doing a lot of polish. Next time will be a lot of polish, and it'll be done. So that'll be fun. I'll get you through housekeeping to get you on your way. Check out the rest of our friends in Goblin Entertainment here. That link tree has links to everyone's channels and everything that they've been up to, and more of my, pretty much all of my stuff here, just in case. That link tree has, honestly, I probably need to stop posting that. I probably don't even need to. The links are all below. I might stop doing that. So go check everybody in Goblin Entertainment. If you enjoyed this but came in late and want to see things like the VOD for this session, as well as the speed draw, which will probably be up in a couple days. It'll after I do the second one, so I need to have both of them. But I usually do a time lapse, usually of all the pieces that I do. So I'll probably have a time lapse of this ready in a couple days. Yeah, that will be available soon, as well as any of the previous drawings I've done, anything I've been doing with my friends in the last couple years, and more, because I'm also got a huge backlog, because I had to move it all from Twitch. So there's all sorts of stuff on the VOD channel. Definitely go check that out. Otherwise, things we're doing next, Monday. We'll be back Monday, doing more of the saga. We've been doing Xenosaga with Jackson and Sean. And then Wednesday, I've been doing Disco Elysium with Sean, Jackson, Ari, and Lauren. Then Wednesday, usually been doing multiplayer stuff with James and Aqua. And then Friday, we'll see. Honestly, I might continue Fridays, or I might move it to early Saturdays. We'll see. So we'll be back around here. But I should be doing, no matter what, art on the weekends. And we'll be back here. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, definitely scroll down below and follow. Definitely get on the socials that you follow. Get on the Discord. It's going to be the best way to keep up with anything we're doing. And just keep being cool. Keep being rad, everybody. We appreciate you. We love you. Glad that I'm able to make stuff, and I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. So I've been, as they say, popping off. I feel like, finally. You know what? With my art, rather than... You know what? Maybe I should be like, I'm gonna pop off here. You pop off and hunt if you want to. But I don't know if that'd make me happy. I do fine in Helldivers. I don't need to pop off in Helldivers. I don't need it. It's not what I have fun with. So, found it. Just keep doing my thing. So, otherwise, I'll get you guys going. I have somebody set up to go to, but something good in the world. Just people. Just if you have people who support you, which I think a lot of people do. So always remember people support you. Good is good. It's good. It's good. It's good. They're good people. There are good people. Well, stick around. We'll go say hi to Ocean. She's I think she's sharing art, so be able to pop in and maybe share some art. So stick around for that. We'll see. Otherwise, everybody have a good afternoon or evening or morning, depending on where you are in the world. Take it easy, and remember that you if you're okay at art like me, you don't have to draw every single grain of sand. You don't have to. If you do, you'll probably go insane. I will admit, I am not looking forward to having to fix the feathers. I chose a design. This is going to be really difficult and challenging. But I'm getting better, and that's what matters. That's what matters. I forgot to. I think I can do this before you go. Don't look at my files. Don't look at my files. Don't do it. Come on. You can do it. See. Done. Now it's ready. Now we're good to go. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good day. Go hug your cat or dog or pillow